how public analysts can ensure food safety standards are maintained in the face of climate-related changes. Yesterday, we talked extensively about climate change. The presenters they told us a lot of things about climate change, but the focus then was on food security. But if we are looking at food security, yes, availability of the food on the table. But what's the quality of the food that you have on the table? What is it that could compromise the quality of what we have on the table? From farm to the fruit that you are using to eat it, what could cause any problem along the line? Okay, and that's exactly what we are looking at this morning. But if you know the problem, Awolowo once said that problem is like a tree. It has a root. Once you're able to get to the root of it, you'll be able to get the problem out. And that's the reason why I want to know, what is the role of the public analyst? What's your role and my role in ensuring that we have safe food on our table? Next, please. Okay, so the key words we'll be looking at the public analyst, food safety monitoring, climate change, and the role of public analyst. The slides you'll be seeing here, some of them are worded, which is not the best way to give the slides, but I put those things there because you may have to get back home to go and read those things on your own. So that's why I put those details in there for us to be able to get. I will just browse through it and that will be good to go. If I ask anyone that is here, who is a public analyst? Yes. Who is the youngest member that we have here today? Number 1,000 and Chris. Number 1,000 and Kele will be the public analyst that is. Who's a public analyst? You're all public analysts, I guess. Yeah, no. Okay, you just project for them because probably they have forgotten the trip to Olumorok and the other places yesterday probably has made us to forget. Yeah, so the public analysts are scientists in the British ISO, and whose principal task is to ensure the safety and correct description of food by testing for compliance with legislation. And most public analysts are also agricultural analysts who carry out similar work on animal feeding stuffs and fertilizers. That's from the Wikipedia. From there, we'll know that yes, the public analyst is a scientist. We can't take that away. And we test food, we test water, and some other things to ensure that they are safe. And that's what Collins Dictionary gave us a definition of public analyst. And in Nigeria, the public analyst analyze food, drugs, cosmetics, and medical devices. That's what we have in section 14, subsection 2 of FIPAN Act. Okay? Yesterday I was looking at some documents and I found out that in 2014, September 2014, the Association of Public Analysts that we borrowed our own from in UK, they have already wound up their operation in UK. So they don't have Association of Public Analysts anymore in UK. They now ask us, why? That is what development and technology is bringing. And so we ourselves, probably when we get to the AGM in the evening, we need to start mapping out how to ensure that our own public analysts in Nigeria will still retain the status. That's after one round 85 years. So it happened. UK, because they weren't getting samples anymore. The real public analysts is the community that will collect samples and give to the public analysts to analyze. So there are no more samples. Eventually, they narrowed down to 20 from about 2020 to 20 at the end of the day. They just say, well, it doesn't make sense continuing with this anymore. Let everybody go and start their commercial laboratory and continue to run in that area. So we also need to start thinking of how to sustain this, our profession, and make sure that it lasts even until when we leave. Next, please. So food safety monitoring, which is the next thing. When we talk about monitoring, that means you have something that you plan to do to now do a continuous assessment of what is there to be able to see whether it still conform with the standard or not. So we monitor for different reasons. So food safety monitoring is a systemic approach towards identification, assessment, and management of risks associated with food production and distribution. And is focused on the safety of food through the continuity of incidents and trends, tracking from compliance with regulations to prevent foodborne illness to ensure consumer safety. And it gives us the activities aimed at maintaining the safety of the food from the farm to the table. And that is what the monitoring requires. So that means you are looking at the system from the until when it gets to your desk and you are enjoying yourself, carrying the spoon or the fork to enjoy your meal. So what are the things that you can do as public analysts to ensure that the safety of that food is still maintained? And that is exactly what we are supposed to be doing, especially in the midst of climate change globally. Next, please. I'm still waiting. Next slide, you. Now, so food safety monitoring is one of the major concerns of public health in that it ensures the food consumed is safe, wholesome, and free of any toxic contaminants. A proper monitoring mechanism averts the chances of foodborne diseases and provides assurance about regulatory compliance and builds trust in consumers. Because the topic I was actually given after dealt with how to ensure that standards are complied with, and that is exactly what we are looking at here. So, whatever we are able to do to ensure that the food still retains its quality from beginning to the end is what we really need to put in place so that they won't have foodborne diseases and give us the assurance that what we are consuming is safe. So, why do we need to monitor food safety? One is to ensure compliance with ever-changing food safety regulations. If I ask Mr. Williams there, and Mr. Efio, I'm very sure that it's not the same regulations that we had 20 years ago or when you joined NAFDAC that we still have today. Things have changed, and things are changing on a daily basis. As we are going to see later, there are a lot of things that people are doing to modernize the system to ensure that we still have something that fits the present time. We can't be doing things the way we were doing it before and we expect that it's still going to be relevant in this day. I can recollect there's a town that I know. The dam that is in that town was built in 1936. How would the dam that was built in 1936 be able to provide enough water for people in 2021? That means they must have changed a lot of things, and the standards are changing, the plans are changing as well. So it's also to be proactive. So a proactive monitoring and control of food safety risk factors based on continuous assessment and treatment of any potential risk before they become critical. So when you monitor, you will be able to know, oh, something's wrong somewhere. And that's why, for instance, when you do your analysis and you observe that this is the result that you got. From that result, you say no, and you have been doing it over and over for the client. You can draw a chart to be able to see the progress. That's why you can submit monitoring reports to regulatory agencies. You can do it in-house as well. You can do it for people. So you can know how the trend is, and if things are changing, then you'll be able to say, sorry, we noticed that the sample you brought last had this, had that, which wasn't the way it used to be. If your process still remains the same, then you have to take action and do something about it. Yes, next slide. Now, so another reason is for regulatory compliance. Continuous monitoring provides adherence to food manufacturing processes in full compliance with changing regulations and standards. The same thing with foodborne illness prevention and data-driven decision making. Yesterday, when the keynote speaker was talking, he mentioned that we have a role to play in ensuring that the nation has good information that decision makers can work with. And that is exactly what we need to do. Over the years, we have not been able to provide that. We've just been like the analyst that is the quality control lab. Most of the time, the ladies that work in the quality control laboratories, they don't have time to even see their boyfriends. And the same thing with those that work in the bank. They are just facing the four walls of the laboratory or the banking hall, except you have a lucky customer that comes in and can say, hi, baby, and that's the way you can get something done. So when you look at it, you see that if we don't do a sort of monitoring system, put a monitoring system in place, I'll be able to say that things are done the way it should be done, and you look at the trends, and if the things are changing, then it's going to be a problem for the system. Next slide, please. I'm waiting now. Slide. Good, thank you. Now, so another thing is incident tracking, risk assessment, compliance monitoring, and data analysis. So all this I've talked about. But one other thing that I want to mention is communication and reporting. So stakeholder reporting on food safety is key because it tells them that things are changing. And that's mostly why when we submit our results or reports, we give to the client gives it to the regulators. They'll be able to say, oh, this is what is really happening, especially when they are doing the work the way it should be done, not when they are policing the individuals that are involved. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, so how do we conduct food safety monitoring? Why we think that we have okay, it's back online. Now, so if you have, the objective is that you want to determine the organochlorine pesticides that you have in it. You don't need to be doing pH, you don't need to be doing conductivity, you don't need to be monitoring all these other ones because they are not what you are interested in. So you choose your objectives based on the goal or that you have in your monitoring system. And that's why when you look at the reports that some of us give, you just give the reports of everything that you think is in the standard. No, but you are monitoring for a company that doesn't need some of these parameters. That's why we have in sector-specific parameters or requirements. And when you look at all the sector-specific requirements, it lessens the emphasis we're going to place on some other things, but you focus essentially on, next slide please, on the needful ones. Next. So establish monitoring plan, I've said that, implement advanced technologies, conduct regular audits and inspection, routine checks and random sampling, employee training, because those that are going to work with you, you have to train them adequately. Then leverage data and continuous improvement, which involves data collection, identity trends, implement improvement and feedback loop. And the last thing there is communication and reporting, either incident reporting, regulatory compliance, and stakeholder communication. As public analysts, we don't consider, can you go back please? We don't consider ourselves needed in the last part, especially when we talk about regulatory compliance reporting and incident reporting, because what we do essentially here, not as public analysts that we copy from UK, because the public analysts that we copy from UK, which is the way we should be operating the reasons, is that OGEPA will collect sample, they will give to us, we'll test the samples, we'll give result back to OGEPA. OGEPA will take decision on it to the company, like they were doing in chemical tracking under the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. They collect sample at the port, give to the laboratories. Laboratory will analyze, give back to FIPA. FIPA will now act on it. That way, the influence of the client will not be there. And that is the way it should be ordinarily. So that way, we can have incident reporting. And from there, they can have the stakeholders reporting. So, because if you go to in UK before they now solve this, whatever they have, then they can just, that's why in Act, they said I can go to court, Abi, to defend whatever you did. And that is the essence of going there to defend what you did in the laboratory. So, climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. And what are the causes? It could be natural, it could be due to human activities. We have all sorts of things that we do. Burning fossil fuels generates greenhouse. We have greenhouse gases, we have nitrous oxide, and the rest of them contributing to ozone too, contributing to the warming of the earth that now comes back to us. So if we now ask ourselves, how does it affect food safety? As global temperatures rise and weather patterns become more unpredictable, the food we eat faces new risks from climate-induced factors. The temperatures can create favorable conditions for foodborne pathogens like Salmonella, E. coli, and Listeria. So the warmer the climate encourages the proliferation of bacteria in food products, particularly those that are requiring refrigeration. So you also note that temperature fluctuations can also affect food transportation and storage. And that's mostly why we need to do things the way it should be done. And that in the laboratory, for instance, where we do our analysis, the environmental condition is key. So that if we want to replicate such analysis, it has to be under the same condition. So if there's a prescribed environmental condition, are we really working under those conditions? Those are things that we need to look at. Next, please. Now, changing weather patterns and crop contamination. Climate change is leading to more frequent and intense extreme weather events such as hurricanes, floods, and droughts. In 2018, a report from the Food FAO highlighted that floods could spread pathogens from animal waste to croplands, increasing the risk of contamination. Similarly, drought can cause soil to lose its fertility, leading to increased use of fertilizers and pesticides, which may end up in the food supply. And changes in precipitation pattern can affect the quality and safety of crops. Erratic rainfall can lead to higher levels of mycotoxins, which can pose significant health risk if ingested. Also, slight elevation of CO2 levels will stimulate the growth of mycotoxin-producing fungi, according to IPCC report of 2022. Don't change it yet. Now, when rain falls, especially this day when we have the use of chemicals in the field, so much herbicides and the rest of them. And in Nigeria, yes, we have chemicals being sold here and there. Our agri extension officers are not there to guide them on the right quantity to use. And so they use all sorts, applying it the way they think will work best for them. And so when we have flood, there will be runoff, the water will go into the river or even get to the stream, wherever you find it. And at the end of the day, it's still going to come back to us. That's more reason why chemical management, especially should be something that will take importance in this part of the world, because what goes around comes around. So the same thing, when soil loses fertility, you continue to apply fertilizers, and by the time you do that, there are a lot of things that happen. You just want the result fast. If you notice in the maybe in the last 1 year, when you buy plantain and you keep it for 3 days, 2-3 days, what do you notice? You'll be noticing some black spots on the peel, which are not supposed to. You remember in the past, those things were not there. And that's some of the effect of the chemicals that we are using these days, and it's still coming back to us. So if it gets back to us on that level, how does it get there? It's been absorbed from the soil, and it gets back to us. So we are still feeding on the chemicals that we are supposed to be disposing of. Next, please. Sea level rise and aquatic food safety. So as it affects the soil, it affects the air, so it's also affecting the sea. So saltwater intrusion into fresh water and all sorts of things. When you have algae bloom, and we have a lot of all this happening even around us. Remember, there was a year when we have the on Yanowuru, or that's on that long bridge. We have the invasive weed from the Republic of Benin, that the water hyacinth and the rest of them. You know, the water hyacinth can trap heavy metals, and if not properly managed, those heavy metals that were trapped can also get back to us if released into the environment. So all this, that's why the ecosystem has to be monitored holistically, and it is the public analysts that really have the knowledge of this that will help us in getting that done. Next, please. So, how climate change affects food safety? Increasing ocean warming and acidification are enhancing the movement and bioaccumulation of toxins and contaminants into marine food webs, and with magnification of persistent organic pollutants and methyl mercury, which are already affecting the fisheries that we have. So when the water that is contaminated or polluted gets into the ocean, definitely whatever we have there will still also come back to us as well. And there are a lot of practices that we have these days that really affect us, but we are not mindful of all those things because we think that all is well, when all is not really well. Please, next one. First of all. So this is just something with what I said earlier. It's just the risk that we have from the pollution. Next slide. So as we have for drug residues, this veterinary drug residue, I happen to go to the Kara. What's Kara in English now? The ranch. Is it the ranch? Or where they sell? There is not even the abattoir. They just sell malu there. It's not the ranch. It's where you rear the cattle. Garden to just put it down like that way. So I went to the garden, that cattle or woman garden, and I saw the way they were mixing chemicals to give to the cattle. No measurement, nothing, and the woman is a stark illiterate. You just take this, pour this, and because when they do that, that's when the cattle will now grow fast and get up. So that's why by the time you start boiling the thing, it will just shrink, and then you will think that something is happening. In fact, we start monitoring residues in cattle. In fact, nobody will want to eat anything again. And that is the truth. And that happens virtually in all these places because they do it and nobody is even checking anything. And that is where our role comes in, because if we're able to, one of the roles is that we need to monitor all these things. But because we are actually first and foremost looking for money to eat, the research aspects of it that we are supposed to be doing to help the Nigerian people and our people is not there. So I don't know how we're going to do it. The president is there, and both incoming and outgoing. We probably have to think about how to help Nigerians. And when we are helping Nigerians, we are helping ourselves. To be able to determine some of these things and inform people that this is not good for our health. People buy, in fact, when you go to parties now, you will serve you will eat, you will go back home, and you have gone with antibiotics residues, you have gone with all sorts of things. And that's why when you now use the normal medicine that they give to your medication, it won't work again because you have so much of it in your system already. So climate change impacts the degradation and persistence of these residues in the environment, and this factor may contribute to higher concentrations of veterinary drug residues in the ecosystem. Next, please. The same thing applies to pesticides and their residues. Next slide, please. just go up there. So just go to the next one. Just as it is for veterinary drug residue, so it is for pesticide residue, and so it is for chemical that we have in the environment. So because when all this gets into the environment, it gets to us, it gets into the food. And that's more reason why when you look at the water for irrigation, for instance, there is on Yanowuro by Alakpere bus stop, there used to be a garden towards Ogudu where they plant all sorts of vegetables and things. Now, assuming that person took water from the stream that you have close by there, where you have water from Odoyalaro coming, and water those vegetables. By the time you buy the cucumber, you will say, oh, the cucumber is very big, very nice. You start relishing and enjoying yourself. It's for you, because you won't know that it is the polluted water that you are taking. Because if you see it at the Yodoyalaro, you will say, no, this is dirty. But meanwhile, you are enjoying the cucumber that they use the water from that stream to water, which is a practice. A lot of things happen. And so you know that increasing heavy metals levels, including methyl mercury and the rest of them, in the environment arise from industrial activities, mining, agricultural, and waste disposal. And climate change exacerbates this issue by accelerating metal release, altering the bioavailability, and affecting their toxicity. Extreme weather events can spread heavy metals while changing precipitation patterns impact water quality. Now, we monitor, I don't know how many of us monitor precipitation quality, the rainwater quality. How many of us do that? Those are the simple things that we can be doing to help Nigeria, especially now that we are talking about climate change. Just be doing the pH, do the sulfate, do the nitrate. Those will give you, these are things that we may want to do. When you go to meteorological gardens, they only measure the volume. They don't measure the quality of the rain. And that gives information about climate change. So you'll be able to give information that this is really happening, and be able to tell people that, sorry, this neighborhood is not good, especially where we have acid rainers. In Lagos, the pH of the water in Lagos ordinarily is around 5.21. So you'll be able to tell the reason why you have that, because of the acidification and what we have there. Next, please. And be fast about it. Next. Now, looking at the impact of the climate change, so the role of the analysts now, what they did in Europe is that they have what we call climate change as a driver of emerging risks for food and food safety, plant animal health and nutritional quality, which included score sheets that characterize possible effects climate change and could have on a wide range of food safety related issues. Now, we do analysis, we carry out analysis, but the result stays with us. I remember Professor Shibanjo told us some time ago that, look, if what we did, yes, we did them for clients, they are clients' property, but on our own, we can do an analysis of what is really happening, because if in Lagos, we have analyzed about 1,000 water samples, and you can observe that there's a trend that is no longer what it used to be, then you can raise an issue. The presentation 2 days ago, when they did a sample and we asked the question how many samples were analyzed, the lady said 10 or so. That because it's a preliminary study. Because for you to be assertive about certain things you want to say, you must have analyzed not less than 100 samples. That's when you can start saying yes. And I remember somebody in Unilag also did something similar in the past, just 5 or 2, even about 3 samples. NASA, the water in Lagos is this, is that. No, as public analysts, we cannot do that. So let us start looking at some of these things. Then we'll be able to advise our regulators, can talk to our stakeholders on issues and how we can really help ourselves. Because the role of the public analyst is first and foremost to the people. And if we are answerable to the people, then we'll have work to do eventually, because people will be conscious of what they eat, they will be conscious of what they drink, and the way they relate even in the community. And that's something that we need to do as add-on to the services that we are rendering as public analysts. Then We need to be part of compilation of global databases of empirical measurement and modeling information on the effect of all the measurements that we do. Now that gives us an opportunity to be proactive. Now we observe certain things, and we don't have to be monitoring, to be doing tests all the time for certain parameters. Once you be doing certain things, you can now sit down, let's come up with a model that if you have this, just like we have the calibration curve, you have the absorbance and concentration. So you can have a model. And once the model will now be that if we have this, this is what we are going to have at the end of the day. That is not too much for us to do as public analysts. And they expect that, because I remember the presenter yesterday also mentioned that we should chart our results and be able to see, is there any deviation from the standard? Is there any deviation from the norm? Is there any deviation from what is expected of us? Next slide, please. Now, we can also adopt digital monitoring system for tracking food safety incidents, similar to the EU's rapid alert system for food and feed, which enables real-time tracking of food safety incidents. Now, there's sometimes, before we finish our analysis and draw this in, we have damage that is done already. So we should have a system in place where we can have rapid dissemination of data, of information. And that's what they did there. Digital system where you can upload results and it will go. Most of the regulators that we have, they demand for monitoring reports and this and that. You should bring those reports and come and submit in their office that they will keep in the file there. Why not allow them to upload this, and then you'll be comparing the trend? There's a monitoring station that has just been opened at Gobi now in Lagos. It monitors real-time air quality, and you can really see what you have at that particular moment. That is what people need. That's why you cannot go out in Europe or America without looking at the weather station to know whether you will come back alive or you are going to die along the way. We need that type of thing. Even in our own little FIPAN and SoTLAN, we need to have a system where easily you can track what is happening. You can report at any point in time. I noticed this. If NAFDAC have such thing, SON have such things. If you observe that we have this type of trend, then you can just push it. They'll use their laboratories to come and confirm whatever you have said. And that's going to help us as a nation. Then it's also, talk about the round-the-clock service to ensure that urgent notifications are sent, received and responded to collectively and efficiently. Then in US also, they also have Food Safety Modernization Act in US, where you have a system where you have to remove, modernize whatever they had in place. This was signed into law by Obama. And that means at any point in time, you can easily report whatever thing that you do from beginning to the end. And people are always there. Because it's digital, nobody is tampering with anything. You can always monitor such. Next, please, because of our time. Then we need to collaborate with relevant institutions, professionals, and regulatory bodies on food safety. I took that from the book by NSPRI, and we have our professor here, Professor Sanni. So one of the things that you have in your policy, NSPRI policy on food safety. So we need to collaborate, because if, for instance, and that's exactly one issue that we have in Nigeria, proliferation of agencies, mandates, and what have you. Why don't we have a harmonized system, just as we have it in National Food Safety Quality Manner for Nigeria, which we have. But the implementation is not really going the way it should, because Nigeria really have our policy, but are we following through on this policy? And the sad thing about that policy is that FIPAN was at the forefront when that policy was drawn, but at the end of the day, by the time it was finalized, we don't really have key role to play in that policy when you read the 83-page policy. So we need to really get ourselves involved in all this so that they will be able to hear our voices as well. They will put us into consideration when they are doing their planning as well. Officially, okay, the National Food Safety policy was launched in June 2024 and aims to advance food safety in Nigeria through a comprehensive and sustainable system. We have the situational analysis policy framework and the way that that policy will see the light of the day and be able to benefit Nigerians. But it's still really benefiting us. Yes, we could say that it's still young, but Most of the time, we believe in foreigners coming to come and tell us what we need to do when we ourselves are knowledgeable enough to tell them that we're sorry, we can do it on our own. Next place. These are the references, and on that place, I want to thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyediran, for this wonderful, thought-provoking presentation. A round of applause for him again. All right. As climate change continues to alter the environmental landscapes, it brings with it significant consequences for food safety. Just as our presenter has mentioned, from increasing microbial contamination to rising level of chemical residue, which is very harmful to the health. So we now see that the public analysts have to take the front line in safeguarding the public health and safety. So we'll no longer sit back, but we have to take the front line to protect and preserve the public health and safety in the community. Thank you very much. So with this, we're going to open this floor for questions and answers. We really want you to go straight to the point, make your questions very brief. We're going to take like 3 to 5 questions, and we're going to take numbers. We're taking 3 from here, and yeah. And if you have also comment or suggestion, you are also free to make it. Then 3 from this angle also.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So please, if you have a question, observation, or contribution, just signify by raising up your hand so that we can map it out. We are just going to take about 4 or 5 questions. Yes, Dr. Amin.
Please.
Yes, Mr. Hold on.
MCS.
Mr. Ebo. Okay, and Dr. Kaude. Yes. So, Dr. Amin will go first. Mr. Christian Ebo will go second. And Dr. K. Okay. So, sir? Alex. Okay. So, those are the 4 we will just take, please. Because we have today jam-packed, please. So, it's in that order. Dr. Amin, Mr. Ebo, Dr. Kaude, and Mr. Alex. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the guest speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the presenter. He has actually hit the nail on the head. So I have nothing to say as far as food safety on raw food. But I equally want to draw our attention as food safety chemists or environmental chemists to effect of climate change on prepared food. As a public analyst, in addition to being aware of effect of climate change to the raw food, we should also get acquainted to the prepared food. These days, climate has a lot of effect on prepared food. And when you go to the market, you will see some food that are packed. You look at it critically, you will see that sometimes the package is already denatured. If you have been buying, you will see that the previous one you bought are very okay. But over time, you see a kind of denaturing. That is one aspect of climate change. So I want us to be aware of this, that the effect of climate change is not only on agricultural produce alone. It also has great effect on industrial product. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning, all. Let me align with the existing protocol, and I want to appreciate Dr. Oyediran for the presentation. But I was just thinking, how can we move this discussion from being a talk shop to actually having a concrete thing? Maybe by next year, we see something that is the outcome of this conference. He talks about the plantain issue. He talks about, I think we have different experiences and the rest of them. Yam, if you buy yam now and cut yam, you cannot eat that yam the following day. it will go bad and the rest of them. So I was just thinking, as a society, can we take one particular issue as concerning this climate change, food security or food safety, and take it so that by next year we come up with data, with evidence that now we can use to meet the appropriate authority. Of course, we know that collaboration in Nigeria is not the easiest thing to do because everybody is virtually on his or her own. And also, that is just my thought, because so that at the end of the day, we have enough evidence to actually show that this is it. And I think that will make us even more relevant. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to align with the established protocol, and I want to commend the speaker, the presenter of today's presentation this morning, Dr. Oyediran. Well done. My own take is that, in the society we are now, this monitoring of food safety is really lacking. I would say that, because sometimes when you go to the market, like Dr. Amin said, we see some food packages, they are not okay and all that. So I think we need to create awareness and educate the populace that climate change is affecting food quality. And maybe we can start from this forum now, that we should have maybe people that, or maybe create awareness through social media, through media, other media, to know that people should be conscious of what they consume. Like, I saw something this morning that was posted on one of the platforms, that Semovita, or at Semo, that some people consume Semo and they develop some certain sickness. I don't know whether it's authentic or not, but then I think this awareness is very important for food monitoring. Another thing is those food that they display in our eateries. Like there was a time I went for this program, HACCP, and it was legislated then that they should not be using plastic for momo again. But when you go to the eateries now, you still see them, using plastic. They don't, people, they just consume it and all that. They don't know the implications of using plastic for something. So I think this awareness should be carried to through our regulatory agencies and maybe through the public analysts to the populace. Thank you very much.
Good morning all. Starting on the existing procedures and protocols, my name is Dr. Alex Ukwa. I've taken time to enjoy this very presentation. Just like Ms. Lebo said, maybe you look for ways to getting a concrete outcomes. For some of these discussions, we take at a general level. Talking about food safety, the ISO 22018 is actually the driving document generally. Then the food safety certification scheme, version 6.0 that just came into effect last year, is another driving scheme. Now, those of us in the ready-to-eat food industry, we talk about HACCP, which is a key ingredient to food safety issues. So if you have a reason why some of us can share our experience about HACCP, about certification, about food safety concerns, physical, chemical, biological, and allergenic, it will actually make people to have more things to take home about after a conference like this. Because the food safety industry is very, very wide. The food safety supply chain is a very wide industry. So for us, this current version of 6.0 is very, very demanding. And we could be ready to share some of issues that have to do with food safety that concerns certification at global level. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the people that have given us questions and observations. So I will now call on the lecturer to please attend to this question. Sorry, he said he's not a lecturer, he's a facilitator. Now, so my Oga likes to pull my leg. It's okay, it's all right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because when I have my senior lecturers here, everybody are now calling me a lecturer. Nebo, I know fit. I want to thank you very much for your comments and contributions. I'll start with Mr. Amin's comment. Yes, prepared food or the what has been manufactured. That's why we said that food safety is from the farm to the table and how it gets to your table, because transportation also contributes. For instance, we have a situation where people transport watermelon from the farm. You see the way they transport it. You put everything together and it gets to Lagos like that. We'll be buying at my 12 and what have you. In fact, that's the one that is even sold and we are buying. What of the one that was caught by our friends and it's just the slice that you want? Are you sure of the water, the quality of the water that was used to rinse it or to wash it? And we just take it, it's already packed in the nylon or whatever it is, and you are enjoying it. So we ourselves, we have a responsibility to really be mindful of what we eat, and we advise other people on eating right so that they won't, because by the time they fall sick, they will affect you. Because you will probably give them money that, they just take this. That money you wouldn't have spent if you have actually advised them to eat right in the first instance. So, yes, prepared food, the finished products are also part of this, because there are some of them that where you store them, they don't sell everything at once. In fact, we have instances where even some eateries, the food that the leftover of yesterday, they will just microwave you. If you are buying rice early in the morning from most eateries, they are buying the one that was left over yesterday, just microwave it for you and then make sure that it looks nice, and then you think that you are eating freshly prepared food. So we need to be conscious of that. Now, the second thing was the comment by Mr. Abel. Honestly, we need to walk our talk, and that's what he's saying now. I was discussing with somebody yesterday, I think Mr. Williams. In US, in the past, September 18 is always observed as water monitoring day for them. And what do? They have test kits for 4 major parameters on water. They distribute that kit to as many people as want to be part of that monitoring exercise. So they give it to you. On that day, you do the test with the procedure that has been sent to you, and then you send in your report, and they will do the analysis of the report, and that with that, they can make a meaningful decision. I would say, okay, from Nasarawa, this is what the quality of the water is, because the registrar will take time to do that one in his apartment there. I mean, from Iseyin, I will do my own. And you will go there next over the weekend. Now, so if you have that type of thing, we all agree it's a means of, we can look for sponsorship. We can look for sponsorship to get the. For instance, if it's something that's going to cost us so much, yes, we will now have selected, if it's going to be laboratory based, let's look for selected laboratories. We are giving you this support. They will call for training on, well, so that we'll be on the same page. And once we are able to do that, we have that information so that by the time we are talking, we'll say, sorry, we are talking from the samples that was collected from Gongola, the sample that was collected from Birni Kebi, the sample that was collected from Calabar, even Akwa Ibom too, and the one that was collected from Badagry. So by the time we put that together, then we'll be talking and people will be ready to listen to us. And we will not just take the data and sit down. Because we hold this nation, I always say it, we hold this nation so much. And it depends on us, although they don't want to support us. But let us make ourselves relevant. Let us push it to them. And then they will be ready to support us because they don't want to die. That's why the curative medicine is selling in Nigeria than the preventive that we are doing. But by the time we tell them that, sorry, if you do this, you won't have to spend that million that you are spending on treating yourself. Thank you very much. And the last comment was the one from our brother here. Yes, HACCP and the rest of the things, we really need to get ourselves informed about all this. I'm also a certified HACCP anything. Now, the issue is that, you see, we need to get along with what is really going on now. We shouldn't be living in the past. And for us to be relevant, even as public analysts in this dispensation, we need to move away from all the old order. Yes, the old order could be cheaper, but it is not as fast as the people in this age requires results. If somebody needs your result in 24 hours, you are giving them 5 working days. That result is useless to them. And that's why they won't come to us. Most people these days will want to analyze chloride, sulfate, bromate, with the type of equipment that Mr. Oko has, ion chromatograph. We are still using silver nitrate. That's so expensive to buy. We're still using turbidimetric method for sulfate. We are using this. All this takes time. Just one injection gives you the result, and you collect your money and you move on. So if it's partnership that will work for us to be able to get some of those things, I also want to challenge the FIPAN laboratory and whatever research thing that we have. Let us support ourselves, so that let's put things in place that people can always come there and then support our members to be able to support the nation. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyediran. Chairman, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyediran, for these excellent answers to these questions. You will believe that with me that Dr. Oyediran have successfully connected the dot between environmental shift to food safety. A round of applause for him. And also a round of applause for yourself for contributing and acting actively in this technical session. Next in the agenda is for us to sincerely appreciate Dr. Oyediran for excellent presentation on behalf of the society and also the LOC.
So thank you very much, Dr. Samuel and our revered Dr. Oyediran. I guess we're done with this session, so we'd like to call on the president, please. Professor Gomoyela, to please make the presentation. So the presenter. Yes. Step out, please.
On behalf of all of us, and it is my privilege and honor to present for this technical paper presentation to our immediate past president. And he keeps reminding me that that title will change this evening. But I've told him he should not be in a hurry. It is our pleasure and privilege to present this to you, and we appreciate you, and thank you for your insights. Thank you. Round of applause.
Please, Chairman, come forward. Let's have a shot. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. So we will be having walking tea break, and while that is going on, we're going to be led by the president to have a tour of the exhibition stand. Our exhibitors are here for us. It seems like people are not just going up there. We need us to take 5-7 minutes to visit the exhibition stand, see what they have, patronize them, connect, network, even amidst ourselves. It seems the chemicals are being separated, and we need a vigorous reaction that will form miscible solution, not immiscible ones. So let's come out of the lab at this event. Let's network, let's mix up, let's have a contact, see how we can collaborate and work together. So please, Mr. President, sir, in the next 5-7 minutes, you are going to lead the team to tour the exhibition stand, please.
So can I request the VP1 and VP2 to follow me, please? Thank you very much. Yes.
Please, media, I need you to accompany them. We'll take shots there. So please, members, if you're done eating or you can just excuse yourself for like 5 minutes, please, let's follow. And as that is going on, please, the time starts now, sir. As that is going on, we're going to be breaking into our working subgroups. We could recall that we have the subgroups of SoTLAN, the academia and researchers, those in the institutions. Can we have one else, please? Let's just listen so that you can fix yourself up to the group you belong. After this exhibition tour, we'll be breaking out into session. We have 4 groups. So this 1, 2, 3, 4 table we have for group 1, which comprises of the researchers and academia. Subgroup for researchers and academia here. This side, we will be having the laboratory owners.
Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't know that the registrar was in. Registrar FIPAN, please join us. Join us as we go up. And who does not have any affiliation? All of us must have an affiliation. But let's make this as quick as possible for 45 minutes while we go up for the exhibition.
Thank you very much. They are leading the train. Please, you can join the train. Don't be left out. So we're going to be having these tables for our laboratory owners forum. Laboratory owners forum will come this way. You can extend to this place. That's the maximum. And then we have consultants forum. We have public analysts that are not working in a lab. They don't own lab, but they consult in relevant fields related to public analysis. Am I correct? So you're going to be taking this table. That is the group 3. That is group 3. It's been in existence. When you fall in, you still will lead your group. Okay? And then the final group will be for laboratory analysts. That's practitioners. You are not a lab owner. You are working in a lab, whether it's a private, whether it's a government, whether you are your lab manager, you are a practitioner. So we're going to be falling in here. So this place. Please, once they're coming down from the exhibition, if you want to go with them, feel free. But the next 5 minutes and the time starts now. As you're coming back, just fall into that group. Your seat, the previous seat will be retained. You go back after them. You can keep anything to hold your seat, but fall into the group. Can I repeat myself? Up here, we are having the researchers and academia. Those in institutions, you take from here to here. Okay? And the second group from here to here, laboratory owners. And then we have the consultant forum this way. Am I correct? Group 3. And finally, we have the laboratory analysts, practitioners in either government or private laboratory. You are an analyst. You don't need to own a lab. Please, you fall in this way. So 5 minutes, we'll gather together, but please take time to visit our exhibitors. That when we call them next year, they will come. And we'll have our exhibitors, stand expanded beyond this. Network, please. Don't allow code to catch you. I'm sure if I ask my brother now, what's the name of this man? Sir, can you tell me? You see, you don't know his name. That is the problem with we scientists too. We are always glued to the lab. We assume immiscible fluid and reactions. You understand? Please, let's network, let's mix up, let's know ourselves. So that when we get out there, You mean saying it seems I know you somewhere? What's his name? Please tell me his name.
Of course, definitely no. I don't know.
Please, before we leave here, we must at least connect, interact with at least 5 to 10 people. What's the essence of coming to conferences? This is where you network. You might be sitting beside someone that will boost your business. You might be sitting beside someone that will connect you. You might be sitting beside someone that will become an investor into your business. You understand? Or the one that will provide solution. No single lab can do everything. Connect it to where you feel you can even refer or send your samples. They give you, accurate results and all that. That is networking. Let's not be rigid as scientists, please. Let's leave, that serious domain now. Sir, please, can you imagine? I'm Sheyi, the Black Beauty of SoTLAN. Okay, I'm Sheyi, please. So please, let's connect. Thank you. Three more minutes to please come back, and please try to fall into the group you belong. Please try to fall into the group you belong. Academia, laboratory owners, consultant forum, laboratory practitioners. Please, let's fall in. We have just 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. Please, as we fall in, it will be good we kind of collapse the table, just turn the chair so that when you are discussing, whoever is leading, you can hear yourselves, please. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Are you in the academics? God bless you. Are you in the academics? Let's just fall into our groups. Are you in academics, sir? Which one? Consultant? Eh? Please, let's move to our groups. If you are not done eating, you can carry your tea and your snacks to where you belong, please. We have a lot to do today. Please, can we just fall into our groups? Please, let's fall into our groups. Please, let's fall into our groups. Let's fall into our groups. Let's fall into our groups. Consultants here, please. You can go with your tea. Like this, there should be space between you. Please, thank you. Let's fall in, please. There is no time. No time. No time, please. No time. Laboratory analysts, practitioners, Please, let's fall in. Let's fall in. There is no time. If you are lab owner, move forward. Please, please. If a consultant, come this way. Please. Please move your snacks and tea to the section you belong. We don't have time. Please. Please. Let's do that fast, please. Please. Nobody will take your seat. When you are done, you go back to your seat. Please. Okay, please, are we in our groups now? Lab owners, please come this way. Okay, for academia, people in academia, I don't know, is there anyone that was around last year that you had this meeting together? None of you. Ma, you were around last year now. You were around last year. You were not around. Okay. 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes for this breakout session. Any group that didn't that could not really address their issues, you know, it's what concerns us. That is what association is for. We have to meet the needs of members. Okay, so doing in the academic. This noise is too much. This noise is too much. I'm sure I'm with the consultant forum. They will bring it. We have said it that this is walking tea break. Carry your tea from your seat to your group. Sorry, if they have not served you from where you were sitting, can we have one house, please? Please, can we have one house? I want to believe our cups are not talking. Please, can we have one house so that we can hear ourselves? Hello? 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 If you have not been served, in your group where you are seated, just beckon on the ushers. I will tell them to go round. They will bring your meal to you. We have just 7 minutes for this discussion and the next 3 minutes to bring report from your group. So please, we have these groups existing before. In the consultant forum, do we have anyone here that was here last year? Is there anybody? Were you here last year? Nobody. So since you are just coming, all of us, I want to agree we are new. This is our first time. You are here. So can you chair this group for today? And I know your group should have somebody chairing it. So even if not, just chair for today and you push appoint a secretary that will take note of what will be done. And these are the things we want you to look at. You are going to be highlighting the challenges you are facing. Association is meant to meet the needs of the members so that we can know where we will mediate and where we come in. So you are going to identify, and if there's any fallout from last meeting, since we're here, bring it up for discussion. Identify your challenges. Then number 2, identify and bring up strategies with points. How you can ensure compliance of consultants that claim to be public analysts so that they will not put us to shame out there. You understand? How you can ensure compliance to standard in your area of consultancy, and how you can mitigate being used or being oppressed by regulators. I'll give you an example. There is an existing issue currently where from SON to be accrediting or registering practitioners. They are not IPAN to register practitioners. Do you understand? And I know some of you that might be consulting, maybe you've gone there, you might such deadlock or such challenge. There was a time now that started, you watered it down. So, or maybe in other regulators, industry and whatever you're facing, please highlight them. You understand? And God bless you. Okay, so good. So put all those things down on your own. If you have recommendations to surmount it, put it. The next 3 minutes, you appoint somebody from this group to give us report. Please, your time starts now. 7 minutes. Practitioners here, right? Am I correct? Practitioners, public analyst practicing. Okay, we all know that associations are founded to meet the needs of members, right? That's the reason why we are breaking out, because our challenges seems to differ. Am I correct? So please, I don't know if there's anyone here that was in this meeting last year. Can I see your hand? Were you here last year? You were here. Any other person? You were here. And I know we have coordinator and we have existing platform, WhatsApp platform for this group. So you are not there. Okay, now we have to appoint someone. Somebody coordinated this group last year. The person is not around, right? Agada. Mr. Lawrence, you are correct. Where's Mr. Lawrence, please? Mr. Lawrence, is he in the house? Is it in the house? So let's collapse it together. You two, you are here. See the way they collapse it here. Regulator, not practicing. You're on your own. No group for you. You are groupless. So please, what we are going to be doing, since Mr. Agada is not around, on your own, appoint someone to chair this group. We have just 7 minutes. We have just 7 minutes to do what we are doing. Appoint someone to chair this group. Appoint a secretary that will document what you are doing. You are going to be doing this for the next 7 minutes, and in the last 3 minutes, you come and give us a brief report, every group. So what you are going to be doing is identify your challenges as practitioners based on your experience from your various workplaces, so that we can look at how we can provide solution, and possibly if you can make recommendation of what we feel can help this matter, you bring it up, then we take it up. And then please ensure you take attendance with WhatsApp numbers, so that anyone that's not on the group can be added afterwards, please. Okay, so when you appoint your leader, I'll come back to know. We have 7 minutes. Identify your problems and challenges. If there's any fallout from last year's meeting, as you two were here, you can bring it up, okay? And then identify how you can bring up what you feel can be done to empower and strengthen your practices and yourself. Thank you. Your time starts now. Please, we have 7 minutes, so 7 minutes, and the next 3 minutes of our 10 minutes.
trendybeats.com.
I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. Listen, them say, them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. 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 Say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations. God is good. Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord? No, nobody. Who can change His mind around me? Through many years, in many ways, I have seen His faithfulness forever and ever. Yeah. Congratulations, I have seen the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for me, and I have come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Yes, I will come again with a new song of praise. My God is good. Congratulations. Congratulations. See what the Lord has done for me. Congratulations.
Congratulations, time for jubilation. Congratulations, no more tribulation. I bring you good news where you cannot refuse. Oh Lord, I told you with Christ that you can never lose. Oh God, woman, I beg you give me your attention. Very, very soon you will share your testimony. One by one you will tell your testimony. Bigger than money, we say sweeter than honey.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you'll come back with a new song to sing. Your God is good. Oh,
One day.
you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations.
Say you will come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Tell it to one, you are go tell it to all. Sit down on the rhythm like a king on a throne. And I put you boy alongside the day. Two and we together in a celebration.
I have a message for you. God has sent me to you.
More music on trendybeats.com.
recede back to your seats if you are done in your group. So okay, please, let's have the academia forum representative. Your brief in the next 1 minute. Please, I want us to know that we are live. We are being transmitted live. So making this noise is not be. Please, no noise. Please.
Wait, let me share this one. Good day, everyone. Can we have a house? Can we have? Let's keep it quiet. Let's be silent, please. Hello, 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 Prof. We are on ground, though. Yes, the group identified 4 major issues. The issues are as follow. There is a problem of equipment catalog, lack of equipment catalog in our higher institutions, both university and research institute. Number 2, there's a problem of students not having a proper place for industrial attachment. Okay, number 3, these are solutions. But maybe I've turned for the lady. Okay, maybe I have to mention it often. The problems are as follow: lack of equipments, lack of catalogs, then problem of curriculums, then finally there's no student body for SoTLAN. And the body resolved with the following solution: that the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, FIPAN, should go around all our universities as well as research institutes to come up with a catalog that we be able to spell out the type of equipment available in each institutions, so that when there's a need for a particular equipment for any project, one can easily go to IPAN, either by call or physical visit, and request for the availability of that equipment and where it is available, and then such an individual can make a move towards that. The second issue, which is improper design of our curriculum, we were able to resolve that The need of a society, the curriculum of a society must be designed in such a way so as to meet the need of the students. So there's an urgent need for us to look into, although there's one on ground, which they call CC Mass, which is already on ground, but there is still an urgent need to look into CC Mass by way of improving it so as to meet the need of our society. Then the next problem is lack of students body. In Chemical Society of Nigeria, they have student body. Apart from the normal chemical society, they also have student body. So Society for Laboratory Testing is expected to have student body. They will be able to carry out advocacy for the existence of Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, as well as Society for Laboratory Testing, in order to be able to catch them young. So those are the few issues that we are able to identify, and we have been able to provide those problems, solutions that I mentioned. The list of people in the group are already given to Madam Mohameke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amin.
Please, can we have the lab owners representative to give their brief? 1 minute. Lab owners, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Hello. Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. Yeah, at lab owner. It's working now. Hello. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are discussing about this SON. Okay, SON issued a memo, believed to be internal memo, saying that all laboratories should register with them. Without registering with them, they may not be recognizing our certificate again. Some of our clients have been telling us this. And from the institute, the registrar has been trying to get SON to have meeting with them. And we know that we've been having MOU with them for some years back, maybe till 2021, I think. But now it has been back and forth for us to have meeting with the SON registrar. And we have someone in there that is a member of FIPAN that's supposed to be for us, but the way she has been going back and forth up to now, we've not been able to get audience with the registrar of SON. But we decided that no laboratory should register with them. How many registration are we going to be doing? They are not supposed to be a regulatory body, I think, that we should be registering with. So registrar of FIPAN of the institute is still on them. So it's following up while laboratory owners are still expecting feedback. And we are together with the institute. Then the president mentioned something too that we all know, that most people are just issuing certificates. It may be some people from SON staff, NAFDAC staff, people in the universities. They are issuing certificates without even performing the analysis. We've been seeing that. Registrar said something like that yesterday, that he was in the forum sometimes ago, and they are telling him that we have certificate that, anybody that sees this, we know that this certificate is not from a public analyst or it's not reasonable enough. So that one too, we are thinking of following up on it. I think that's the major two issues that we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have the consultant forum representative? 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Temitope Aziz. I'm standing for Consultants Forum. We have 16 consultants in attendance for the meeting, and basically the challenge we discussed is on communication within the forum. That's currently the WhatsApp group is being managed by somebody that is not a consultant, and we are going to look into that so that we have a coordinator also discussing with that person. One of us has promised to take it up and find a solution to that. Then another challenge is we have the coordination with lab owners for maybe a discount during submission of sample for analysis. Being member of the society, you should have that benefit. And we've discussed that, and we're going to look out on the modality so that we can sort that up with the lab owner. Then for the equipment sales and repair, we have some consultants persons that's into that, and we need the lab owner to consider us when it comes to maybe equipment purchase and repair. Maybe they can go through the group as well. So these are the basic challenge that we currently discuss. So maybe more will follow. Okay. Okay.
Speak
okay,
to
you're
the
not
mic.
hearing me. Sorry. I thought so. So I hope that's all. That's the challenge.
Nobody heard your reports. Can you
you
speak to
mentioned-
the mic? You are live and maintain on this blue carpet.
Okay, sorry. So let me take it up again. And basically, 16 consultants is in attendance, and we have the first challenge up to be the communication within the consultant forum. And the current WhatsApp group that was created previously is being managed by somebody that is not a consultant, and one of us has volunteered to look into that and find a solution to that. Then the second has been that for submission of samples to lab owners, the consultant forum needs assistance so that we can have a separate discount given to consultants when the sample is being submitted to lab owners. So we are going to look at the modality of discussing with lab owners to consider us in this regard. Then the last one is for equipment sales and repair. We have some consultants and persons that is into this, and we expect the lab owner to work with us so that we can get this done within the society instead of taking it outside. So that's the major points that was raised. Thank you.
You are an inductee for tonight. Can you please go to the IPAN desk at the back to check the correctness of your name? Please, time may not permit us to be mentioning the names. You know yourself. If you are to be inducted as fellow tonight, please proceed and meet them there. While the lab practitioner, the lab analyst, please let's have your rep for your brief. Very urgent, please. If you are to be inducted tonight, please take a step backward to the IPAN desk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, ma'am. I stand to represent the analysts who are working on the bench. The following are our challenges. One, training on instrumentation. Then the second one is minimum remuneration. Please, I want us to pay attention. As an IPAN member, are we all hearing, sir? Ama. As an IPAN member, we are urging the institution to make it mandatory that as an IPAN member, when you are being employed in a place, there is supposed to be a minimum entry. We cannot say that somebody is working as an IPAN member is being paid 70,000 naira. And we are asking the same person, when we are calling seminar, to come and pay 60,000 naira as a member. We want the institute to look at this very critically. We also find it very difficult to convince others who are not IPAN member and say, come and join IPAN. The question they throw to us is that, of what benefit is IPAN to me, to them? And said, I'm working as an analyst, you are an IPAN member, I'm not an IPAN member, we have been paid the same salary. Of what benefit is IPAN? Those are the questions we are being confronted with. But if there is a minimum requirement as an IPAN member, maybe your basic entry is 100,000, 50,000, 100,000, 2 million, everybody will know, say, yes, I'm in an organization. Another thing I also want to say is this. Those who are working outside laboratory owner, we are urging that IPAN to also do accreditation for them so that they will know how important the organization is. Thank you.
So brief. Without wasting time, we'll be moving to the next session, which is a panel discussion. And I'll be calling Dr. Mrs. Philip, who is going to chair this session, to please take over. Thank you. And please remember to maintain quietness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to say once again, good morning to everyone. My name is Dr. Yabo Phillips. I'm the moderator for this session. And I will start by introducing our panelists for this session. So the first person I will be inviting is Dr. Eugene Itua, who is the CEO, Natural Eco Capital. Please give him a round of applause, please. We want to appreciate Dr. Eugene because he actually terminated his program in Gambia to attend this program that was supposed to be concluded on the 16th. So he terminated that program to come here. So I want to appreciate him. We say thank you so much, Mr. Eugene. The second person I'll be introducing is Mr. Dedogbe Daniel Busayo, who is the General Manager, SAAG Chemical Nigeria Limited. Let us applaud them very well. Oh. Thank you. Please sit down here. Thank you. And the last but not the least is Professor Lateef Oladimeji Sanni. Someone should hear me call in, please. Dr. Lateef Sanni. Someone should help us call in, please. He is the Executive Director, Nigerian Stored Products Research Institute, Ilorin. So you're welcome. He's here. Please let us give him applause. So we'll start the program without wasting much time. So once again, I want to say good morning to everyone. Each of the panelists will be given a 5-minute brief on their topics. So Dr. Eugene Itua is going to give a 5-minute brief on regulatory frameworks for climate resilient food system, examining existing regulations and proposing new policies that support sustainable food production in a changing climate. Thank you, Dr. Eugene. Please, you can have the floor.
I would like to stand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is it still morning? What time is it? I was just asking Dr. Mrs. Phillips if we are still in the morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we are. Thank you very much, and I count it as honor to be here, to be part of this very beautiful program. And to also commend you for putting this together. Today, more than ever before, we talk about climate change. It appears today, virtually every lip, except for some few ones, that don't talk about climate change. We all are affected in one way or the other. Could it be the way we dress? Or the food we eat? Even the cooling systems. Just name it. Rank and file. We all are affected. But interestingly, I have been made to speak to the regulatory aspect. And just to let you know that today, we have the Climate Change Act 2021. I could lead the development of that climate change bill for the National Assembly. And today we have it as an act. We also have the National Climate Change Policy, for which some of us also participated, the updated version. And interestingly, there are 2 documents today on the platform of the UNFCCC that speak to the long-term perspective related to climate issues based on the Paris Agreement. It speaks to our common vision and indeed strategy. The long-term low emission development strategy. I coordinated that on behalf of all of you and indeed of the government. Interestingly, we had the first move, which was the long-term vision 2050. You can search for it today. It's on the platform of UNFCCC. And the vision was, where does Nigeria want to be by whatever year, which we commonly agreed. And then we had agreed that by 2050 we should have halved our emission. And then we developed the long-term vision, or rather the long-term low emission development strategy. And that's is speaking to the long-term aspect, 2060. What are we, all of us, going to do in your own field, every other person's field? I think all of us were captured in that document. So you can download it from the platform of the UNFCCC. And interestingly, just to let you know, the nationally determined contribution that creates the plan, a common plan for all of us as a nation and indeed other nations who signed the Paris Agreement. We are having the 3rd part now. We had the first one. It was reversed because it has 5-year revision cycle. The second revision came in 2021, was submitted. The 3rd one is ongoing now. And Professor Magnus and I are leading and supporting from the angle of what we call the circular economy. So in the revision of the 3rd version, which will be submitted to UNFCCC, again, everyone needs to have his own voice to be part of that. Are you going to make it to be part of it? Please. It's ongoing, and it's relevant that all of us are part and parcel of that process. But specifically, for us here, what do we need to give attention to? There are things we need to give attention to, and I will say something on that. This morning, I came from the Gambia this morning. We are supporting the Gambia government to develop their own climate change bill and then review their climate change policy 2016. And we're going from one region to another in the Gambia. I had to cut that trip short in order to be here for this very program. My colleagues will be coming back on the 16th of this month. But I cherish this, and that is why I'm here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. But like I said, for us, the question that remains are all of these frameworks truly climate resilient when it comes to the food system? Are they dynamic enough to protect our food system from the realities of a warming world? I believe we must go further. And I would like to offer 3 heartfelt proposals. 1, we must embed climate risks into all food and agriculture policies. Rising temperatures increase the risk of contaminants like mycotoxins in grains. Are our testing protocols keeping pace? This is where you, as public analysts, are essential. I would like to say that your data, indeed your data act as or like early warning systems. We want to note that. The second one is our regulations must empower farmers, especially smallholders. Let's simplify the processes. Let's offer incentives for climate smart practices like agroforestry, conservation, tillage, and drought resistant crops. Regulation should not just enforce, it should enable. The third aspect is we must break down silos. Climate change touches agriculture, health, trade, and the environment. And of course, if you check the NDC of Nigeria, there are 7 sectors. And likely, this third revision might expand the scope to some other sectors. If it is so, our response must be unified. The Climate Change Act calls for integrated planning. Let's make it a reality. Lastly, you are not just scientists, I must say. You are protectors of public health, defenders of quality, and champions of resilience. The standard you uphold and the truth you uncover are the foundation of a food secure Nigeria. Let us use this moment to shape policies that don't just comply, but inspire. That don't just react, but prepare. That don't just protect, but uplift. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Itua. And I'll be calling next Professor Lateef Oladimeji Sanni. The topic of discussion is interventions by public analysts in mitigating effects of climate change on food security. Thank you, sir.
All right, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Just like my first speaker had already laid down the principles. Now, I want to talk about 2 issues now. Number one is when we're talking about climate change, we know that this is also already having impact on food safety. And especially on incidence and prevalence of foodborne diseases. Now, if we increase climate variability, if there is increase in frequency and intensity on extreme events, there will be quite a lot of changes that will occur that will affect our food supply, access to the wholesome food, and utilization of the food. And this is an area where I place the public analyst. Public analysts of today to respond to the climate issues means that we must all be informed of major critical climate conditions that could affect the food. For instance, you gain a kind of consulting job with Nestle, and you have to analyze their food that they have supplied in Abuja. The same food that's supposed to be in a refrigerated container, and they got to Mokwa and they stopped the vehicle there for 5 days. And the driver could not tell anybody what happened to the condition of the stored products. And they asked you to come and analyze the food. There is distortion already. So if you are not careful as a public analyst, and you are sending your CoPA to go and do such analysis on your behalf, you know the damage, type 2 error that will happen in protecting your own company, corporate image, your integrity. So the implication is that we have to deliberately upscale the skills and the integrity of our staff in the current situation. Because there are so many wrongdoings that are going on now And if you submit any result and there is a fallout effect, it's going to affect every one of us. That integrity is very important. The second point is the issue of de-risking. The mitigation strategy that we are supposed to do, as my senior colleague have said, I'm not aware whether we have any risk management framework presently as a nation to be able to guide our supply chain. The last point of that is at the agricultural level, the farm practices. When people are not supposed to use banned chemicals and they are using them, it's a great problem now. You are the one that will give certificate of analysis and they ship cowpea to Europe. For 5, 6, 7 years, they've banned our commodity in Europe because of high pesticides residues. Who are the consultants that analyze such? So this is a very critical point now, that our competency, our integrity, and our surveillance is very important. The last point is FIPAN. FIPAN need to deliberately, occasionally organize refresher courses. The way we are detecting some errors are different from each other. With due respect, our great-grandfather that is on seat, he can detect error. Baba Sanni Abi, Balogun. Baba can detect error than Gen Z of today. If they serve that food, Baba can tell you that there's a problem with this food. Because of the way they were trained in those days, that we are no more being trained in today. We are not trained to look into details of today. But that was the first mode of training they passed through. So the implication is that there is the need for refresher trainings. It's very important. It's the fact that you're a professor does not mean you will know it all. There is what we call village intelligence in science. Oyibos themselves, they have it. And that I know we are lacking. I'll give you a case study of my interaction in Fiji Island as an EU consultant. And I was doing training on food safety. And I met one senior man. Baba was looking at me that this small boy as a facilitator. He could not talk when we started. And we got to the market. I was telling them that look at the seafood and you must tell me what is wrong. Immediately I entered, I saw 3 critical problems there. That man, Baba was watching me. When we came to the plenary, they were giving me a report. I was just jotting. He found out that I could not tell them whether they are wrong or right. I said, yes, that's good. Yes, that's good. Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. By the time I wanted to sum up and came out with my own observation, they just stood up. It was then the Baba came to me and said, young man, please, when were you a professor? I said, I'm old though. He said, how old are you? I told him. He said, what? You look like 30 here in Fiji because they are always very huge like this in Fiji Island. The man now got speaker and was now analyzing my own 3 key points. I was jotting. Even things I could not interpret on what I saw. Baba was the one that was now giving us the detailed implications. So there's the need. It's not for us to just come and just go. That learning, mentoring, refresher training is very important. That is what will let you know that you must be firm, you must be assertive, and you must be contented. That if you can still have Balogun enjoy his life, why am I going to be passing through shortcuts? It's very important. Once we can be able to tidy up that, I think we'll be able to contribute more to curb this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I'll be calling on Mr. Busayo, Daniel Dedogbe. And the topic he will be talking on is future trends in food testing and climate adaptation, exploring emerging technologies and methodologies in food testing that can help adapt to climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, how do we exploring the latest technology and methodology that can help food testing to adapt to climate change? So I want to start with a case study. So last month I was invited to one of the manufacturing companies to give a speech on the role of public analysts in food safety. So, and I started with a case study that there is a farmer that has a farmland growing a particular crop that a manufacturing industry is coming to purchase. And this farmer went to his farm a particular day and saw that there has been pest infestation. And out of his own business-minded mind, so he went to the farm and got some insecticide and he sprayed it on the farm. And when he got there the following day, the third day, he discovered that these crops were free of these pests. And then this industry, they came, they said they wanted this product and they brought it to the lab. And at the end of the day, the lab discovered that this crop has residue, special residue that is beyond the requirements, the maximum requirements. So now I said, we laboratory analysts, we are like gatekeepers between the industry and whatever they want to purchase. So now when we talk about how do we explore new technologies, this has to do with we adopting technological advancements that are configured with speed, accuracy, that is sufficient enough to acclimatize and stabilize our food testing to succeed this climate change. So these technological advancements, they will help us to facilitate our investigation, our verification, and our quantification. Either they are generic or they are specific. Be it food contaminants, food pathogens, or the food spoilage agents that may want to impair the food nutrition. And how do we also go about this? It means that we need to equip ourselves with modern technology. Gone are the days that you stay on a job for like 7 days, for like 5 days. But these days, there are advanced technology that we can put in place that can produce results for us within some few hours or some few minutes. If we look at it, the people in the medical line, they are really enjoying this. At least a good example is what we have outside there. You go there, you run your test, they give you your results immediately. So what are these kind of innovations? We talk about the rapid testing method. These are methods that we give you results within an hour. We talk of the biosensors. Those of us that are familiar with the environmental monitoring, this kind of gadgets already exist in the environmental monitoring, that you just carry your gadgets, you pull your sensor, and you suck the environmental air, and what is it going to do? It will give you your results. So we talk of biosensors. This can measure contaminants. It can be used to measure the food pathogens, and it will give you your results immediately. There is also this compact dry plate that is used in microbiology. All you need to do is just to put your prepared food samples and insert it on this compact dry plate. You get your result. It's going to save you human error, and it's going to save you a lot of time. We also have all these handheld equipment that you can even take to the field. You don't need to waste your time. It will give you your result on time. And this is the world that is now moving to artificial intelligence. We analysts, we also need to look at how artificial intelligence can be of benefit to us, because it will help us to analyze our data. It will help us to identify that at this particular place, there is a trend, maybe that has deviated from the normal trend that we have. It will help us to be able to say that, okay, there is a particular risk that is coming up here. And we also talk of blockchain technology. This blockchain technology used to be like an archive that will help us to store our data and help us to trace it. So any analyst that work on a particular job with this blockchain technology, it is traceable to the person. And it will also help the industry and help our own workload. So we need to invest on the latest equipment. We also talk of equipment that are enhanced with robots. When you talk of the HPLC, you talk of the GCFID, those ones that have the automatic sampler, that once you just prepare your sample, it is this robot that will carry it to the injector. From the injector, it takes it to the detector. And then they also have software that will analyze your results. All you need to do is just to sit down and monitor it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with those 5 minutes briefs, we have said the ball rolling. So I just want to give you a brief of what we have said. On the regulatory frameworks, we have so many policies and regulations. How far have we gone with these policies? How far are they being accessed? What is the awareness? Then data is very crucial. Then we need to, on intervention by public analysts, we need to improve access and utilization to data and other information. We need to upgrade our skill, upgrade the skill of analysts, upgrade your own skill. Because if, imagine that you schooled in the 80s, 90s, of course, the information, the knowledge you have cannot be that suitable for this time. Even though you have an edge in some areas, but you agree with me that you need to update yourself. The way technology is moving very, very fast. And that means you will have deliberate trainings. Training just like we are doing now, exposing yourself to creating awareness of what is happening, what are the updates that are ongoing. Then risk management frameworks. Because the issue of climate change is a global issue, and it's not an issue that is fading off. It's an issue that is getting worse because of lack of awareness and preparing for the risk, managing the risks that are being created by issues of climate change. So public analysts will have a long way to go. And on the issue of future trends in testing, yes, we must be aware of what AI can do and expose ourselves to trainings on all of these technologies and equipping our laboratories. That's where the issue of collaboration comes in. What your lab cannot afford to procure, other laboratories have. So in the past, many laboratory owners were shying away from collaborating. But now, collaboration is an in thing, and it is the best thing for us. So that means you don't need to spend all your money getting all equipment. Lab A has 3 equipment, sophisticated high-tech equipment. Lab B has other version of equipment, and working together. Because, like we have been told in all presentations that we have heard since yesterday, that public analysts, we are gradually coming to the forefront of almost all issues, all emerging issues. That means we have to brace up and undergo trainings, so that, because with this conference, I believe that public analysts and the institute and the society will be invited by the federal government, I believe. Because one to know that we are aware that the issues of climate change can be related to all challenges, not only environmental, not only food. Then we need to brace up. So we need to get environmental monitoring. We need to really upgrade skills of our staff. And like he said we are peacekeepers. That means if you are an intermediary between the public and the issues that are at hand, then we have to be very knowledgeable at what is happening. Having summarized all of that, and we are going to the panel discussion proper. Climate change is an issue created by anthropogenic activities. Those are activities of humans. We cannot do without flaring, oil flaring. We cook with charcoal. Some people say cook with charcoal. Industries and even transportation. If you go around, you see so many vehicles emitting carbon monoxide and so on. And this is being worsened by the fact that there is the issue of deforestation. And what causes climate change is because we have so much of these gases, which are greenhouse gases. They are causing greenhouse effect, which is, in a nutshell, percolation of the ozone layer. There is a layer that is protecting us from the rays from the sun. And this layer is being percolated by these gases. Because there's something we call carbon sequestration. Carbon sequestration is the absorption and removal of these gases from the atmosphere by, in the minimum, the plants, trees. Where are the trees now? I think the first technical session told us that he used to observe green vegetation between somewhere and somewhere. And now, where are the vegetation? So those are the issues that has caused climate change. And the major greenhouse gases are carbon monoxide, which there's nobody left out. We all breathe out. Nitrous oxide, methane. We have landfills everywhere. We dump waste everywhere. So all these gases constitute it, and the moisture. Because we have a lot of rains now, and because of the heat coming up, there's so much evaporation of this moisture. That means we have so much water and vapor in the atmosphere. Hence, this is affecting the plants because there's so much, the humidity has increased, temperature has increased, the sea level rise because of melting of the ice glaciers. So when it rains and there's so much rain, there's flooding. And when there's flooding, the waters move all hazardous chemicals, move every contaminant, and move it everywhere. Plants absorb this. And when we eat these plants, animals are affected. Every food, areas of food are affected. And all of this end up in humans. And that can be related to our health. That's basically what climate change is. So we now go to the question and answer session. Not question and answer session, the deliberation. So my first question will be going to Dr. Itua. We have regulations, we have policies. What is the level of awareness? What is the adequacy of these regulations and policies? And have they been impactful at all? We have National Agricultural Resilience Framework. How adequate is this? We have National Climate Change Policy and Agricultural Promotion Policy. They have set the tone, but they are being grossly underutilized. How have we fared? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I would like to say that the laws, the policies, the regulations, name them. For me, they are foundational frameworks for ensuring that the challenges posed by climate change are tackled. They are also foundational works for ensuring that it is not only about risk, about challenges, that we're also able to take the opportunities embedded in them. Now, in terms of adequacy, I want to deviate a little bit. Laws in themselves are not enough prescription. They are not enough to deal with all our problems. And so we want to understand from my angle that why have we not been able to really implement these laws, or why are they not adequate to ensuring that the purpose for which they were set out, we are still grappling with them? One, you talked about awareness. How many of us are indeed aware that there is a Climate Change Act 2021? How many of us understand the principle or the tenets of that law? I'm not too sure that so many people, even professionals, are aware. I talked about the long-term low-emission development strategy that speaks to virtually every sector. How many of us are aware of that? The nationally determined contribution, how many of us are aware? And I mentioned that there is a revision today because it has 5-year revision cycle. How many of us are aware of it? Now, as scientists, as public analysts, we recognize that increasingly we need policies that are evidence-based. So in other words, do we have the data to influence the policy or the laws that are made? And that is where you come into the space. And so for resilience building, we need your perspective, we need your data. For actual action, climate action, you are also there to provide this guidance. And so, if we are at the frontier of all of this, the question will be, those who implement, are they able to implement? And sometimes some of these issues runs across multiple sectors. Like climate change, we talk about food, agriculture, transport, name it. And each person is siloed. The integration is not there. And we indeed have not been able to even mainstream all of this into our system. So you have a gamut of challenges. That's all of this seem to beleague the beautiful frameworks. I know people have said it time and over that the laws we have in Nigeria, they are robust. We have so many of them. But the question is, how have they been able to shape the way we act? I'm not too sure we are following it the way we should. If we do, so in other words, I've talked about not being able to mainstream them, the integration, we have not been able to do it, and then the silo idea of it, and then in terms of awareness, there are some other issues that we can also say. Then the enforcement mechanism, how is it? You talked about awareness. Even sometimes, even those who enforce the law, they don't know about the law that they are enforcing. Like we have said, law is not just about punishment. Law also encourages. They encourage for you to do what is right, ab initio, without prompting. But sometimes it doesn't just come in that way, because we want to use the force in a wrong way. And then end of it all, oh, you are looking for fines, you are looking for penalties, you are looking for all of that. But moving people to, on their own, obey and comply becomes a challenge. I think I would like to say, just leave it like that. There are many other things that one can say why they don't seem to be adequate in themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One take home here is that there's lack of enforcement. Because every human would prefer to stay in his comfort zone. When there are laws, but you are benefiting from a particular aspect of life. For example, someone that is using excessive insecticide has no problems with the products and is making so much sales. And someone comes to say, the insecticide you are using is too much. He wants to bypass. So humans will naturally, I don't know of other countries, but I know in Nigeria, we need strong enforcement. And that is what has happened from experience. Even environmental laws. People do not, you see some people being caught for throwing waste on the road. Should that happen again? No, but it still happens. And there's, in addition to what you have said, sir, there is integration with climate projections is lacking. Because you have said it, working in silos. I have my own regulations, I have my own policies, I'm working with it. I don't want to bother with whatever other ministries. And there's lack of coordination within ministries, which is affecting us a lot. You are talking about data. And those are some of the bottlenecks that are giving us setback in all of this. So thank you very much, sir, for that. So I'll be going to Professor Sanni. Gone are the days that the assignment of public analysts is just to ensure safety of food. The food must be nutritious. The food must be resilient to impact of climate change. So what role do public analysts play specifically in Nigeria on Nigeria's food security and climate resilient landscape? Since our job is no longer just safety.
Well, I don't know how many of us have or are part of any developmental projects in Nigeria as we are. Our colleague in IR came out with telomeres. Is any of our colleagues that were part of it when they were developing telomeres? A GMO food? Nobody. You see my answer, man? Nobody. So there is no proper recognition, even by the national agency, institutions, scientists that are working, that there is the need
please.
There is no proper recognition of scientists and their contributions to critical work. We have drought tolerance on maize, varieties, rice that are going on, all these things. Most of us are not part of that kind of research work. Talk less of now say we want to promote beyond food safety, we want to stabilize food security. So that's number one major critical challenge. How do we make sure that any of these major developmental significant research activities that will have effect on the Nigerian populace that the public analysts must be part of? I presented a paper with risk managers of Nigeria and I raised the same thing. The national safety, biosafety that they said they have. How many of the registered, chartered institutes like FIPAN, Nigeria Academy of Science, are they part of? Nobody. So this silo operation is the bane of our relevance and our contributions. We are not being properly placed to be able to contribute. And this is an area IPA need to find a strategic way to actually come in. We can give you information. It's a matter of citing about 5 critical work in Nigeria that led to the National Assembly assenting to approving or recommending bill, and Mr. President assented to it. Yet, we do not have registered public analysts in them, within our country. So it's the relevance. It's not that we are not ready to work. Who will not say you want to work? But if it's not invited, not called to, how do you work? As I'm talking to you, how many of us recognize our relevance? As I'm talking to you. He's taking Greenwich University now to decorate me. Greenwich University in UK. Honorary Doctor of Science, July 24. In my country, nobody knows Sanni. But in United Kingdom, they are decorating this small man in front of you. So it's an unfortunate thing. I traveled, I hosted about 45 countries in Nairobi three years ago as the world president of International Society for Root Crops. Some director generals that met me there since that time, in fact, they still raised it 2 weeks ago in Abuja that you do not know this man. He's not properly recognized in this country. And you'll be talking, minister will be talking, and they won't listen to you. So, nobody recognizes us and our value, though other countries are recognizing us. My major work is outside the country. To God be the glory.
Thank you so much, sir. This is a food for thought. I hope our registrar is here. Is our registrar here? He needs to be here. This is food for thought for IPAN, for SoTLAN. Someone should help us call the registrar, please. It's food for thought for us. Nobody will create an awareness about you. You will, if you don't blow your trumpet, nobody will blow it for you. So you have likes of Professor Sanni, you have likes of Alhaji Sanni, you have some seasoned analysts in IPAN, but nobody knows about IPAN. When I was in Lagos Ministry of the Environment, I asked the scientific officers, maybe just about 20% knows about IPAN. They know Chemical Society of Nigeria. But they're not aware of IPAN. What are we doing? No wonder IFM reports, I think last week, said that Nigeria is picking up, but the ministries, the ministers are not talking about what they are doing. And that is what is happening to us in IPAN. So what we are taking away from here, no, sir. What we're taking away from here is that we need to blow our trumpet. We want our public analysts to be highly rated in the ministries. Some professions, they take them in at level 10. Some at level 12. But science officers, they will take, I know of Lagos State, they will take you in at level 8 and move you up to level 9 after 1 year. So we need to blow our trumpets. So one of our takeaways from here is we need to strategize on what ways to create awareness about IPAN, about SoTLAN. Because all what we have been doing, we are trying to upgrade our skills. But what we are even doing, what we have done, nobody seems to be aware. So thank you very much, sir. And looking at safety of products, you need to be aware that you should be conscious of the nutritious level of the products and how resilient it is to climate change. There's high humidity, there's increase in temperature, there's absorption of heavy metals. What are we doing? So we need to get involved, even at the upstream level, up to the downstream. We need to be aware of what is happening to the plants. What is that? Because of climate change issues, some plants that should mature in about maybe 3 months, 6 months, sometimes the time is prolonged or reduced. What has happened within that period of time? We need to really get involved. And we can, all of these were discussed at the press conference. We need to get involved. And when the products get to the marketers, because the reduction in sales, they will add all sorts of chemicals to ensure that it doesn't get infested. Because even with the issue of climate change, there is high infestation of pests. You buy a bag of rice fresh, you open it, you see weevils in it. A bag that you have just opened. So there are issues. Excuse me. So those issues are really hanging on. So public analysts, we need to go all out. So to Mr. Dedogbe, there are new risks now, new emerging risks. So public analysts need to evolve new methods, just like you have highlighted. There are more aflatoxins due to the wet conditions, nitrate accumulation due to water stress, heavy metals uptake due to flooded soils, pesticide overuse, just like I said before, and microbial contamination. So why is food testing more important now in the context of climate change?
Thank you. So I would just say that food testing is very much important now because it helps us to take decisions and it affects human life. If we don't take it very important, it means that we are going to have more casualties. And the casualties might be people that are close to us. And again, it might also lead to loss of investment. So if food analysis is not taken serious, casualties and then loss of resources. So those two things are the more reason why food analysis is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are being asked to round up now. So I would we'll just be wrapping up with some parting shots with a question each as we move on. So to Dr. Itua, there are green investments. What is it? Okay. So can we have questions and comments, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. Food safety is one of the problems that Nigeria government, especially in terms of revenue, they are facing currently. You mentioned during your course of your speech that pesticide residue is one of the problems. Yes, it's one of the problems because if you look at in the olden days, when you see people going to farm, they go to farm with their cutlass and hoe. But now, especially where I come from, or probably in the north, when they go to farm, they go with their spray machine to spray pesticide, especially in pre-planting season generally. And one of the pesticides that they use mostly now is glyphosate. Glyphosate is what they use for pre-planting season. It kills the grasses, the weeds. Yes. So what am I trying to say is that For instance, in 2015, Nigerian Nigerian CoPA was rejected by European country, and it caused a lot of millions of dollars revenue loss to the country. So in addition to people will be affected, we also suffer a lot of revenue loss in the country. Honestly speaking, when you check the data out there in terms of pesticide residue in food, most especially glyphosate, organochlorine, organophosphorus, etc., there are plenty. And it's affecting the way the European country is looking at our food. And as a result of that, a lot of tons of beans were rejected, even maize generally. And our role as a public analyst in this direction is to, one, standardize our laboratory to be able to cope with food testing. Is very expedient. In the whole country, you can count numbers of GCMS that we have. Talk of, even in the research centers and government facility. No GCMS. If you don't have GCMS, if you don't have HPLC, MSMS, you can't quantify all these pesticide correctly and to that level. So I believe that as a society like this, we need to keep talking about it. That's number one. Number two, okay, we need to keep asking government to invest in all these science and technology.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I remember Madam Dr. Mrs. made a comment when Professor Sanni delivered this message. That time you are even calling on the attention of the registrar. And that has to do with the activities, sensitizing people about what SoTLAN, SoTLAN conformance has been doing and so on. I think there is also a necessity to maybe we have some kind of a jingle on radio and television too. Because occasionally when they invite me for some public functions, if I even mention that, okay, this is what public analysts have been doing, there are a few people too that also show interest, that how can they be part of member and so on and so forth. So I'm sure if we have that kind of sensitization, it will also create public awareness. And again, coming to the main topic on the role of public analysts in tackling climate change for food security. Dr. Oyediran, the past president, also articulate much or spoke much on the various problems that we've been encountering and few other things on how we can overcome this. But the main ways out to mitigate this problem of climate change, it has to be well spelled out as part of what we achieve in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we have two other people? Do you have questions from the floor? Thank you so much.
I want to stand on existing protocol. I want to commend Professor Sanni, Dr. Itua. I hope related to one Dr. Itua, a pastor. You are not related. So I would have wished that you had given us more practical steps you were taking in the Gambia so that we can see maybe we are on the same page. And then I also want to commend Professor Sanni because he was talking about workshops and maybe seminars organized by FIPAN for emerging technologies or advancement in analysis. This is very important, not just for the staff or for members, but for the whole nation as a whole. I want you to remember that there was a time Obasanjo banned the importation of refrigerators into the country. And that is because of the use of CFC in AC, Belgium AC and refrigerator into the country that breaks down the ozone layer. Obasanjo was doing that because of that. And I'm sure that this will also percolate down to other activities as FIPAN or SoTLAN continue in the analysis. I also want to talk about what my brother was talking about. I will soon round up. You see, the AI, we should not be scared or move away from AI. AI has existed long before now. As a matter of fact, Google is AI. Whatever you want to find out, just tap into Google and it comes up. People don't talk about Google as they talk about AI today. Okay, let me stop for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex. Okay, Doctor, sorry.
Dr. Alex, I just want us to, starting on the existing protocol, I want us to know where we are in the food supply in this nation before making all these recommendations. Last year, we saw a lot of people lost their life because of food stampede. We can recall people, children died looking for food. If those food were contaminated, do you think people will not go for them? They will still go for them. So while we are making all recommendations, let's know where we stand as a nation in terms of food supply. A lot of people prefer to eat food, even if it's contaminated, than being hungry all day long. So that's just an angle I just want us to try to look at. If today people are sharing food, will children no longer stampede if the food is not to be contaminated?
Thank you so much. So the participators will be giving us 1 minute parting shot each.
What I will say is, for your recognition, I mentioned earlier that the revision of the nationally determined contribution, NDC, is ongoing. Let your organization notify the Secretariat, the National Council on Climate Change, that you are part and parcel of the process. And then you will be integrated. And to let you know that arising from this, we're going to invite for the part that I am leading on circular economy. We're going to send an invitation. There are questionnaires out there. Your institute should be able to contribute to it. And then with that, you become part of the entire process. Again, fundamentally, you generate quality data. Can your data inform the NDC revision? Yes, absolutely. Why don't we make it count? Let's get it done.
Thank you so much.
Number one is we need to step up our advocacy and awareness as a professional body. It's very important. The second point is we need to find a way of how to extend our collaborative and partnership opportunities. They are very important that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, what I will say in conclusion is that as much as we are trying to emerge with the trending technology, so we should also invest in training our staff so that they will generate reliable data that will be needed by the industry to take decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will be parting with these facts that we have National Electronic Extension Platform, NIP, which is a digital initiative to improve productivity and farmers' involvement, as well as enhance agriculture extension service delivery. And in addition to that, we can kickstart, FIPAN and SoTLAN can kickstart our activities by encouraging laboratories to invest in adequate laboratory infrastructure and so find ways for sourcing, to source money for equipment. FIPAN can assist laboratory owners. We have so many people around there that have these funds that can fund purchase of equipment, and maybe you just repay once they are sure that you are contributing to the safety of food. Then there is limited collaboration between analysts and policymakers. That has been said, so we need to do that. Then there is lack of real-time data sharing platforms. We need to share data. It's the time apart when everything you do, you want to just have it within yourself. Now it's better to send it out. We won't have all this AI and Google and everything if people do not send out their data. We enjoy this data now, so we need to send them out so people will benefit and be aware of us. And there's insufficient public awareness on the role of public analysts. We need to do that. And Balogun Sanni will be rounding up this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Balogun Sanni once again. I don't know. Most people may not know me. But at least I was president of this organization for 7 years. And I started the examination to train analysts. I have a passion for this job. I have a very, very strong passion.
Ask him to put the...
Yes, thank you. I have a very, very strong passion for this job. And my passion arose out of the fact that my blood brothers and sisters, I have 5 of them who are chartered accountants. And they were doing very well. And they were junior to me, very, very junior to me. And they were doing extremely well. One of them was Chief Operating Officer of KPMG, to tell you. And then I looked at myself. Okay, I graduated. When I graduated, most of them were still in primary school. All those 5 chartered accountants, they were still in primary school. And now they're making money legitimately because they were brilliant people, legitimately, and they are disciplined because they come from a disciplined family. And I said to myself after some time, because I had planned right from the word go that I want to set up a laboratory. 1972, I took a decision that I will set up a laboratory, a public analyst laboratory, when I joined the government chemist laboratory. And there was no public analyst in Nigeria. None. There was no professional group of analysts, of chemists in Nigeria. So, where do I start from? I had gone to England. I have known about public analyst practice. And I know that it's a profession, a very, very sustainable profession. I knew that it's a very, very sustainable profession. I was not in a haste to make money. In any case, I built the house I live now in Lagos at the age of 30 with the help of my father. So I was not in pressure of money. So we have to create this profession. And I spearheaded it. That's the truth. I spearheaded the creation of FIPAN. I spearheaded the creation of NAFDAC, ICON, just to ensure that we have a profession. And we have regulatory organizations to manage the professions. And we have now succeeded in creating this profession. After we set up NAFDAC, in 1992, I moved out of the civil service. I was the age of 44 at that time, to start this practice of public analysts. I first of all joined Alpha Laboratories. I was executive director of Alpha Laboratories. And after 5 years, I left Alpha Laboratories to set up my own organization. It is planning. I'm appealing to all of you. This profession, if you toy with it, you will regret it. Because if you stay in this profession, you can never be a loser, because there must always be industrialization. Nigeria must industrialize, and for as long as Nigeria is industrializing, the public analysts will have jobs. You will have jobs. Let me tell you, and I'm not boasting. And he's there. In SAAG Chemical, we have more than 400 companies that we service. Is that not true? But it takes patience. It takes, I'm appealing to all of you. If you are patient, you will get there.
Thank you, sir.
And yeah, I'm sorry. You want to cut me. No. But you see.
I'm appreciating you, sir. I'm appreciating you.
Because you see, I don't have any cost to come for your programs again.
We need you, sir.
I'm a fulfilled man. I have all that I need. I'm fulfilled. What is it? Is it car? Is it house? What do I need again? I don't need anything again. You know? But I love this profession, and that's why I still come here to encourage you. To encourage you. Not to feel that how long will it take? It took me 54 years to get to where I am, because I started in 1971. But today I have over 60 staff. 60. So I don't work again. But we should not destroy this profession, please. We must not destroy this profession. When we issue certificates without working because we want to make some little 1,000 naira, we will destroy this profession. It is integrity. When you maintain your integrity, that can sustain this profession.
Sorry, sir.
Yes. If you don't maintain our integrity, we will destroy this profession. But SAAG Chemical will stay, I can assure you. SAAG Chemical will stay because we have built our integrity and we are known. We are known. We cannot go down. As I'm talking to you, I'm building a 2-story building to expand our laboratory space. So, SAAG cannot go down. It is you. You have to protect your integrity to ensure that your job can be sustained. No, please, I'm begging you. That's why I've come. I'm not here for any other thing. I just came to play and to encourage you. Please. This quackery must stop. Quackery must stop. And I want to talk to the registrar that he's not doing enough. The registrar is not doing enough. I talked to him yesterday. And the president is not here. There is no cooperation between SoTLAN leadership and the registrar. There is no cooperation between SoTLAN leadership and registrar. And if there is no cooperation, you can't manage this profession effectively. You cannot. You have to open doors. I told him yesterday. We open doors. When I was president, we were going from one industry to the other to open doors. But that is not happening anymore. I was coming here and there was there was AOAC at Shagamu. And I asked him, I said, I have seen AOAC at Shagamu. What are we doing? Are we in touch with them? And this Exim Bank, what is the name? Afrexim Bank is sponsoring it. And I told him Afrexim Bank is multi-billion-dollar bank that can support analysts. How are we getting to AOAC and then linking up with Afrexim Bank? I
was asking him yesterday. We have to open doors, continue to open doors. This job is a very lucrative one. I am telling you. I'm telling you, it's a very lucrative one. Those who are working with me will tell you. We buy cars for our staff. It's a lucrative job. I beg you, don't destroy it. I can't talk too much now. Please don't destroy it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So on this note, we want to really appreciate Dr. Itua, Mr. Dedogbe, and Professor Sanni. We say thank you so much. I want to appreciate Balogun Sanni. Thank you so much, sir. Eshe, sir.
We'll be calling the president for the award. Is Professor Gumiyola, the president is in the house.
Here you go.
Please, can someone call the president, please? Yeah, please, president, we need you in, sir. We need you in here. Please don't go, sir. Don't go yet, please.
Is the president around, please? Registrar, sir. We want to hand over the plaques. Okay, he's on his way. He's on his way. Okay.
We can be seated. We can be seated. While
Say you can be seated so that they will do it one by one.
No problem. Thank you. Okay. Please let us appreciate the panel once again at this point. And it is my pleasure and privilege to present this appreciation award to Mr. Busayo Dedogbe, who has participated in this panel discussion session and giving us enriching insights. We thank you very much. We appreciate you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Please let's give him a round of applause. I want to also appreciate another panelist, Professor Lateef.
Please silence.
Sanni. Can we have some quiet, please? Professor Lateef Sanni, who has come all the way from Ilorin to actually honor this invitation and has given some useful, very, very interesting insights, again, as part of this discussion. We want to appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And and last but not the least, in those days we would say that he's the only one who is dressed like a professor here. And I want to appreciate Dr. Eugene Itua. Incidentally, I mean, I was very, very proud of the perspectives, especially from policy, that you presented. And I'm sure that we will take some of these points on board as we go ahead. On behalf of the Society of Testing Laboratory Analysts, I want to thank you for accepting the invitation. And I hope you are one of us. Very good, very good. Please, Secretariat, take note. He's one of us now. I appreciate it. Very good. Very good. So, please, we will have to follow up and make sure that you... Thank you very much. Congratulations. 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 And last but not the least, can we appreciate the chairman of this session, who has moderated excellently, and you know, at some point I mean, the way she took notes, the way she took notes, to every detail, I think it was very good. Congratulations.
So thank you so much. A round of applause for them again. Thank you. Thank you.
At this point, please, can I have your attention, please? At this point, I want us to just stretch our legs for about 10 minutes so that we can start the annual general meeting. That 10 minutes of stretch, what we have agreed is that it will be an opportunity for the various zones. Before we start talking about this at the AGM, may I request that we all appreciate the southwest zone of SoTLAN. Please let us appreciate the southwest zone of SoTLAN. You will still appreciate them at the AGM because they took up the challenge to actually host this conference. Please, can I have some quiet? They took up the challenge of hosting this conference with yes, there could be financial support from the national pulse, but they have actually worked very, very hard, and I can say that for the past 10 weeks since the committee was inaugurated. And I think they've done very well. And they have set the pace for other zones to emulate. So can I request that in the next 10 minutes, you just break out into your respective zones. And 6 zones, so that we will be able to identify who is where, because we are going to ask you at the end of the day, which of these zones is going to be ready to actually host the next conference, among other things. And you will also be told what we are expecting. Yes, there may be zonal representatives, but we want the zonal members to know themselves. All right, so who are those from the northeast zone here? Northwest? Northeast, northwest. All right, so they are here. What about southeast, south-south? Okay, north central. Yeah. Okay, southeast, south-south. Where is southeast? Okay, if you are from southeast or south-south, raise your hand. If you're from southeast or south-south. Are you the only one? Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2. So you can take that table as well. Okay. Southwest. You can have here. And I think that's all, Abi. So this side, you can have southwest.
There are plenty.
All right. Southeast, south-south. Northeast, northwest.
Central here.
North central here. All right. And we'll give you only 10 minutes so that you all will know yourselves, and we can then prepare ourselves for the AGM.
Can we please have the north central? Okay. This is north central. Let's have North Central if you are from North Central. Fast. Yes, now. That's what it says.
That's what I like.
That's what I joined North Central.
What is national?
My friend, carry your seat for you guys.
zone. What will you reduce?
Brought you in? Who finish? You will come back home. That's what I will open.
What will you reduce me to those?
When you finish, we will not go open door for you. Don't worry.
Body law. But for now, he's still a national figure.
My friend,
so national.
What pedestrian brought you in? If you finish, we'll close door again. You not go come no central again.
It's 10 minutes break. I want to go and after that. What are we even going to do? Is it campaign? That's nobody.
Where can help you carry your seat?
This is what you are consigning me to.
No central with registrar, with SSG.
SSG, yeah? SSG is the most prominent province. So, you are there too now. I know it's not central. You are there too now.
So please, we are so good.
Dr. Amin.
Please, there are some sheets going round. Please, everyone should ensure you fill your details. If you are a member, you can be a multi-organism. Don't worry, you go round.
Because that's where I work.
Don't worry. So please make sure you fill your name and put your status, a member, you're a fellow. Ensure you fill your name, please. Thank you. So please, North Central, please come over. North Central, North Central. This is Southwest. North Central. Woman, pass it. This is Southwest. Echo now. Please, North Central. Northeast, Northwest, this way. Which zones are we here, please? Which zone are we here? Southwest, this Southwest. Join your team. Fast. We have just 10 minutes to do this. Just 10 minutes. And the reason why you are gathered at zone level is to interact, is to get to know your members. Okay, a question just came to me. People want to know who are the members of the zones. It's not really by ethnic origin. If you are Yoruba, you are based in Southeast, and that's where you practice. That's where you make your impact. So that forms your zone for this professional association. So please, can we join the zone where we are? God bless you. And we'll be interacting, and make sure you add yourself to the platform of your zone if you are not there before now. Deliberate on what you want to do, and we're going to be having the hosting rights ceded to a zone that is ready during the AGM after now. So if you know your zone is ready, discuss it and agree as a zone. Okay? We're going to be discussing integrating your zone. Get yourself added to your platform. And here now you're going to discuss if your zone will be ready to host the next conference, because we'll be discussing that at the AGM. We have to agree as a zone. So let's get on our zone. North Central, let's come together. We are no more than this table, Abi.
Sorry, break in transmission. Please, if you have not written your name on these sheets of paper that are being passed around, please do kindly come and write your name, please. We don't want anybody to be disenfranchised. Please, as long as you are here, come and write your name. Thank you.
3 more minutes to go. Please, 3 more minutes to go. Zones, please round up whatever you are doing. 3 more minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm sure we are done here, right? I trust my Ofio say. You people, no, make una know. I will give una fine. And I don't know say I be na wife. I go divorce una here right now. All of una must continue. Man, I no try me. So please, can we round up? Can we round off? It's time for AGM. AGM time, please. Please, let's go back to our seats. Let's go back to our seats, please. AGM time. Thank you. You've done well. God bless you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My North Central people, God bless you. Let's go back to our seats. Hello. Okay, thank you. God bless you. See you at the North Central. I hope we're done here too. God bless you, sirs. Ekwishe. So, we will have to meet over there. We will have to meet over there. That's good. So, thank you. Can I have 2 ushers, please? Can I have 2 ushers here? Can I have 2 ushers? AGM time, please. Egba.
May I call this annual general meeting to order, please. May I call, hello, may I call all accredited members of the Society of Testing Laboratory